Shafa. He's Dikbo is always beaming with new ideas, with new ways to do things, with new challenges, never backing down. So well done. We'll see where this goes. Round of applause for him one more time. We'll see where this goes. Our partner at McKinsey is also here with us, Oliver Onyekweli. Oliver, very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. I see Reha here. Reha, I know you're coming on the sponsors, but I've not known your designation yet. But good morning to you from Chapel. Good morning to you from Chapel. Now, when I looked at the agenda and I saw this lady's name, I'm like, she's never tired in giving back, never tired in contributing to growth. Dr. Ibilola Amawe, very good morning to you. Principal partner, Lorna Deck. And of course, I would call her an inspirational member of SP Lagos session, because wherever she is, she inspires. Anyways, we welcome all the members of the section's leadership team. We welcome you. I think Dayo Kunsami is here as well. Yes, Dayo is here. Very good morning to you. Welcome, Dayo. Dayo is partner and co-head Energy and Natural Resources and white collar at compliance practice at Templars. That white collar part you will explain to me later. Anyways, welcome, Dayo. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yes, we welcome all of you. We welcome our Lagos section members. Time will fail me to acknowledge all of you by name. We welcome our young professionals and some of the student members who have also joined here today. Just a quick run through of what is going to happen once I'm done talking this morning. First off, as I'm done talking, we'll then listen to the section chair. The section chair's speech will be followed by the essay on energy. Then, if the commissioner joins us at that time, we'll listen to him. We'll take a presentation from the NUPRC, you know who. And Oliver will take center stage with his esteemed panel of experts to do discourse on the theme of our event today. That will be followed by a brief sponsor's remark. And then, of course, we'll take a vote of thanks to formally close the opening ceremony. A short walk around the hub area, the tech hub area, and then we'll return in the afternoon and continue with an introductory section and introductory talk that will be following the session. And then the sessions will come through. I'll tell you when we get there. And that will be what will drive us into the sponsor's remark and then the close of day one. It's the maiden edition of the Lagos Energy Week, and I welcome all of us as we discuss around the theme of driving the next frontier in Nigeria's energy development. And indeed, we're looking at the challenges and opportunities that are there. Now, this week is just looking to address the evolving energy landscape, as I said, giving Lagos as a city a voice in the discourse of energy issues in the country and indeed globally. So let's get started with the first part of the agenda, as I mentioned earlier. And that will be the welcome remarks from the section chair. Let's welcome Mr. Oladipo Ashafa.
All right, thank you, everyone. Before I start, there is one panelist that we haven't introduced, and that is the one that will get me fired. Mr. Efoma Emmanuel. I see you of Chapel Energies. All right. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to see halls filling up. Lagos can wake up at 9 o'clock. It's good to know. So, that's Special Advisor to the President on Energy, ably represented by Mr. Taj Shabai. The Honorable Commissioner for Energy, who, when he gets here, Mr. Biodu Ogunleye. Keynote speaker, the Executive Commissioner to the NUPRC on Development and Production, Engineer Amadasu. Our esteemed panel, our sponsors, as you can see, who have helped us put together this great event. Senior members of the SP, I'm talking about the Board of Trustees, the Section Directors of Lagos and the SP officials, as well as the members of the General Society and this audience. Thank you for coming. We welcome you. So this is the first ever Lagos Energy Week that's been organized by the SBE Lagos. A monumental task that so far looks like it's going to be a good success. But let me step back and describe the SBE Lagos. Okay, yes. So the SBE, or the SBE International, it's an international organization with over 120,000 members in 150 countries. Nigeria has 5 sections. There's Lagos, there's Port Harcourt, there's Warri, Benin, and Abuja. It's a global brand. I myself started my journey in SBE 24 years ago in a small college town. Thank you. Named Norman, Oklahoma, very far from here. It's the middle of nowhere. And as a Lagosian, I'm very proud of what we're accomplishing as SBE Lagos. Not only are we an association that has 3,000 members, but we are custodians and sponsors of 10 university chapters in the southwest region of Nigeria. So our primary mission is to advance energy industry through discussion and dissemination of technical knowledge. This event aids that mission, and we do this periodically and actually perennially. We do it through active engagement and collaboration with the industry. We're just a society. We can't work without industry. We can't work without the regulators. We can't work without the government. We can't work without our service industry partners, our E&P folks. And we're expanding. We're not just an upstream organization. We're looking at the broad energy spectrum. And when you talk oil and gas, we go upstream, midstream, downstream. Without midstream, you can't enable gas value upstream. And without downstream, we're seeing we can't enable oil value. So we go all through. This is an organization that is not just for engineers. So let me correct that misconception. We started as engineers, but we look at end-to-end value across the energy value chain. So if you are not an engineer and you're sitting in this room, don't feel uncomfortable, right? All right, so I'm not the person you came to see, so I have a mental clock in my head that I need to shut up in a few minutes, but I'll just tell you about the rundown. Testing, okay. And following this, we'll have a tour of the Energy Tech Hub that's outside. So what we want to do is spotlight local service providers. So there are 3 local companies that have some technology that I think is worth checking out. We also have a career fair, right? And it's in the room in the back. We'll take you there. There are 10 companies that have sent HR and mid-level professionals to engage with our students. In a few minutes, this place will be crawling with students because we take our responsibility as custodians and sponsors of them seriously. So we'll have that. In the afternoon, there's going to be a YP symposium. And tomorrow morning, there's going to be a session called How I Built This. So we've gathered 6 very successful oil and gas entrepreneurs, and they will be sharing stories about how they built their organizations. Later that day, we have a collaboration with the Women in Energy, and it's going to be titled a Fireside Chat. And after that, we're going to have on Friday a golf tournament. So if you play golf, right, it's almost full. I think we have about 78 people, and we're looking for 92. So if you want to be the 79th, the 80th, let me know. It'll be at the Curry Club, and we'll start that one off promptly at 7:30. The golfers don't wait. With that being said, I will hand it over to Richmond to drive the program forward. Thank you very much, and welcome.
Sound engineer, when section chair is speaking, you did what you did. I hope you collected your balance, because if you section chair is speaking and you're doing what I do, my hand is not there. Anyway, thank you so much, Chipo. Thank you. Mr. Emmanuel, again, my apologies and warm welcome to you. No. I know you're a gentleman. I understand that. Appreciate your humility and thank you for your understanding. Please let's give me a round of applause again. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're moving on now, and this time to the address by the SA to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on energy. Mrs. Olu Vahayan, who I told you is represented by Project Coordinator at her office. And not just Project Coordinator, a seasoned industry professional of years, one of the prides of Shell when it comes to upstream, whether it's deep water, whatever, or onshore. He's one of those that Shell relied on for many years to empower Nigeria as a country. So please welcome with me Mr. Tajuddin Shobayo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here. My very first event, an SP event, was in 2001. It was meant to be, I was told a conference, but when we got into Abuja, it was actually a class. I was an economist at that time, upstream economist, looking after what the technical folks had put forward as whether it spends money or not. But it was an exciting time, and the memory still lingers. The session was led by one Prof. Iledari, still around. We were in the trenches of PIB for a long time together, and we survived together. So I'm happy to be here this morning to represent the SA Energy to the President. She would have actually loved to be here. She likes events like this. To her, two things are important in Nigeria. We're endowed with resources, but without the people, their resources will come to nothing. So things that relate to associations, events, opportunity to rally the people, she especially loves it. So I bring greetings from her. So now I'll read the speech in verbatim so that she will get the pleasure of being here without being here. So all protocols really observed. I'm delighted to address you today at the 2025 Lagos Energy Week. With membership of nearly 3,000 professionals and students, the Lagos section of the Society of Petroleum Engineers plays a pivotal role in developing Nigeria's energy resources through initiatives and activities like these. I therefore thank the SP Lagos Section 61 for the opportunity to share some insights into Nigeria energy growth agenda with a particular focus on deep water terrain, which is a cornerstone of our energy strategy as it holds immense potential for our nation's economic development and energy security. Now, talking about the energy landscape in Nigeria. So we are endowed with population. The current estimate is about 224 million people. We have energy demand. We have substantial energy demand, and it's still growing. So for instance, in 2022, Nigeria electricity demand reached 32.1 terawatt hours, reflecting an upward trend that underscored the urgency of the mission of this government. But despite this progress, approximately 40% of Nigeria still lack access to electricity. So in Fora, I've listened to speakers upon speakers talk about the energy deficit in Nigeria. So it is real. So the energy gap is a significant barrier to economic growth. Without resolving the problem of energy in Nigeria, the growth of Nigeria might still be elusive. So the energy gap is a significant barrier to economic growth and improved standard of living for the population. The goal of the government is to bridge this gap and ensure that every Nigerian has access to reliable and affordable energy. So Nigeria is also a top oil producer and holds the largest natural gas reserves on the continent. Inevitably, Nigerian oil and gas industry is a significant part of this economy, though contributing just a mere 5.5% of the GDP, but it does account for about 92% of the value of all exports of Nigeria. Sadly, despite nearly 70 years of oil production in Nigeria, the sector is still not delivering at full potential. We were sitting at the round table just before this conference, and that was really the topic of discussion that we had, the very first one, how we could make the best use of the deep water resources in Nigeria. So, but when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu assumed office about 19 months ago, the Nigerian oil and condensate production was about 120 million barrels of oil per day, well below the capacity that Nigeria could deliver. 4 years, despite having the largest reserves of oil and gas in Africa, we have endured being overlooked by investors. Yeah, investors. They're all sitting down here. And I can see some of them. So indeed, we were overlooked by more than 10 years. And that was one of the first major things that the president asked the SNIG office to resolve without sitting on his own. Everybody in this room should remember that for some few months at the beginning of this administration, the president was almost hopping from one country to the other, attending fairs and trying to convince people that there's an investment case in Nigeria. But what were the issues then? Regulatory uncertainty to insecurity, oil theft, and infrastructural deficits. So we struggled to meet the energy demand in Nigeria. That's the short story of it. Given this context, therefore, the choice of the theme for this year's Lagos Energy Week, which is Nigeria Energy Evolution, Empowering the Present and Securing the Future, is quite timely and crucial to achieving the ambitious energy growth agenda of this government. Now, let's talk about the energy growth agenda of the government. So, the energy growth agenda of the government is actually resting on 4 pillars. The very first pillar was to kind of eliminate the current subsidy, which I think is largely done now, and redirecting that is not the case anymore. At least as there have been some challenges early this year, but as of December, if they put in 10, they get as much as 8 to 9. There was a particular operator who in the last 2 years have not been able to produce a barrel of oil, which was able to start producing by the middle of last year. So indeed, and the thinking is that if you don't solve that problem, it's not just, you are not just locking current production in, you are also not going to get new production because everything still needs to be evacuated in one form or the other. Now, to close, let's talk about transition. This address won't be complete without talking about transition and sustainability. So the Nigerian energy mix is evolving. While fossil fuel remains a significant part of our energy portfolio, we're also increasingly investing in renewable energy sources, hydroelectricity and solar particularly. Yeah? The Rural Education Authority is doing a little bit on trying to provide power for areas that is not covered by current grid, and they are making some good progress. So, but there's what is called the Nigeria Energy Transition Plan, which was launched in 2021. The aim of that plan is to achieve carbon neutrality for Nigeria by 2060. So the plan outlines a comprehensive strategy to reduce emissions across 5 key sectors: power, cooking, oil and gas, transport, and industry. The aim is that by 2030, as much as 340,000 jobs will be created through this transition, with a focus on renewable energy and sustainable practices. So significant investments are being made today, and hopefully we will see the result very soon. So these efforts are crucial for enhancing energy access and reliability. But looking ahead, the vision remains that we want to be ambitious and we want to be transformative. By 2030, we aim to provide modern energy services to the entire population of Nigeria. This includes expanding access to clean cooking solutions, which currently elude about 175 million Nigerians. Clean cooking technologies are essential for improving health outcomes and reducing environmental impact. Secondly, achieving universal access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy is a priority. Nigeria Energy Transition Plans align with Sustainable Development Goal 7, ensuring that our energy policies contribute to global sustainability efforts. We are fostering an environment that encourages innovation and attracts investment. The Energy Transition Office has identified an initial 23 billion investment opportunity across various projects, including solar power, battery storage, and gas commercialization. It is the belief that this investment will drive economic growth and create new opportunity for Nigerians. For the federal government energy reforms to have the desired impact anyway, we need the support and partnership of industry leaders and players like the Lagos section of the SPE. We know what this section is doing. We are part of the industry, but we need to collaborate. Speaking directly now to SPE sections, we need to collaborate. Please, any ideas, knowledge, innovations, opportunity, please bring it all up. We are all interested because it's for the betterment of, it's in the best interest of Nigeria. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria Energy Evolution is a journey of empowerment and sustainability. By addressing our present challenges and securing our future, we're effectively building a resilient and prosperous nation. I invite all stakeholders, including the Lagos section of the Society of Petroleum Engineers, to join in this endeavor as we work together to transform Nigerian energy landscape. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our continued collaboration.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Tajuddin Shobayo is the Project Coordinator Office of the SA to the President on Energy, ruling out some of the successes that has been achieved under the current President and under the guidance of the SA Energy, Mrs. Oluvahayan. Can we please give them another round of applause? So some of the reasons why I'm never in a hurry to join the bandwagon to say Nigeria is not working or that is not happening, because I see the successes. I choose to stick with those and count them and then we aggregate them together, you see we're making progress. So thank you, sir, for the work that you're doing, the service to the nation, yourself and Madam. Thank you. Please go ahead. Yes, thank you. Before I proceed, let me acknowledge the presence of he who will be speaking shortly, the presence of the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources of Lagos State. You are welcome, sir. Honorable Biodun Ogunleye. Thank you for joining us. The CEO of OER, Rwanda Energy Resources, has also joined us, Dr. Alex Irune Ainoje. Good to see you. You know, I was saying a few days ago somewhere that when I began to experience the industry, I identified some companies as IOCs, then international, and they will say, no, they are independent. I say, take the prophecy that I'm making, I'm prophesying. Owando is proving me right. Seplat, Chapel, they're all proving me right that yes, I was saying something at the time, but hey, thank you for the work you're doing. Okay, we're moving on now to the remarks by the Honorable Commissioner. Please welcome Honorable Biodun Ogunleye.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay. It's shall I say welcome to my city? All right. So welcome to my city, and it's such a great one. Standing in the midst of great solution providers. I see every engineer as a solution provider, and giving this goodwill remark is such a privilege. I don't take such for granted. I want to acknowledge and thank the organizers for inviting us to be part of this event. And the team, I was told, is driving the next frontier in Nigeria's deep water development, the opportunities and challenges ahead. And let me first point out a great challenge. On my way here, somebody called me to say, how come you're organizing an event and you didn't invite us? I'm like, event? Organize? No, I'm speaking somewhere. I'm just going to be sharing some thoughts with them and also let them know what Lagos is doing in this space. So we have to be branding this our Lagos name now. When people need to use Lagos, they need to get clearance. We may not charge too much, you know. So well, I thank the organizers. Thank you for. But let me also take the opportunity to advertise straight away. Come April, the authentic Lagos Energy Week will hold. So I expect that we will see petroleum engineers there too, and given some of the insights I will share today into what we are doing in the energy space completely, you have reasons to also join us and share some of the things that we are putting together. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today at the Lagos Energy Week 2025. This is a pivotal gathering that fosters dialogue on the future of Nigeria's energy sector, I was told. I extend my gratitude to the Society of Petroleum Engineers for creating this platform where industry leaders, policymakers, and technical experts converge to share the trajectory of our nation's energy evolution. The theme for this year's conference is driving the next frontier in Nigeria's deep water development, the opportunities and challenges ahead. It's both timely and critical. As Nigeria seeks to harness its offshore potential, it is imperative that we explore strategies to optimize deep water investment, strengthen our regulatory framework, and ensure energy security for the nation. Lagos is not only the commercial and financial center of Nigeria, we are also the biggest consumer of energy resources as at date. We seek to continue to be a key player in the oil and gas sector, and we just don't want to host personnel in the sector We also believe some of our own resources available offshore Lagos should come into conversation as soon as possible. So we will continue to enable the environment for investment, for innovation and sustainability so that the energy industry can truly take off. For us, we are home to Ajay Field, and as you know, that is Nigeria's first producing offshore oil field outside the Niger Delta. This asset represents a significant milestone in Nigeria's deep water exploration effort with an estimated 480 billion cubic feet of recoverable gas and 54 million barrels of oil condensate and liquefied petroleum gas. This discovery underscores Lagos' immense potential as a deep water energy hub, positioning the state as a strategic player in offshore exploration and production. We are also the busiest port in West Africa and will continue to host more investment in that regard. I need not say that currently we host one of the world's largest refinery and petrochemical complex, Dangote Refinery. I also want to say quickly, don't say there's no land in Lagos. Just talk to me. I'll provide the land. All right. Don't say there's no land in Lagos. Talk to me. I will provide the land. Beyond exploration, Lagos is a crucial downstream hub, accounting for over 70% of refined petroleum product distribution in Nigeria. The state hosts major petroleum storage and distribution facilities, such as the Apapa and Ijegun Egba petroleum product depots, with a combined storage capacity of over 2 billion liters. These facilities play a pivotal role in ensuring the stability of Nigeria's petroleum supply chain. We as Lagos are working on a gas master plan, and that's the first thing I want you to take away from my conversation with you today. And that is on account of the fact that the world is shifting to cleaner and more sustainable energy resources. And the ministry has no choice but to start looking at how to ensure that infrastructure and utilization is expanded within the state. In line with this vision, the ministry has produced a blueprint, and we are expanding that blueprint to accommodate other players so that at the end of the day, we will be able to come up with a master plan that investors and operators can key in. This strategic project aims to unlock the full potential of natural gas as an affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy source for industry, businesses, and households in Lagos. This will be appropriately interconnected with our electricity value chain. These initiatives align with Nigeria's decade of gas and Lagos State's own commitment to reducing carbon emission while ensuring economic growth through gas utilization. Our major is not Parastatal, but an independent company, Ibile Oil and Gas, only owned by us as of today, is playing a critical role in advancing our initiatives in this regard. And we expect that they will continue to operate both in the upstream, midstream, and downstream of the sector. They have a clear mandate to enhance energy security, promote local content, and drive commercial viability. A key focus is the expansion of gas infrastructure within the state, and that is in alignment with Mr. Sanwo-Olu's gas to power strategy. IOGC is facilitating projects that will boost the availability of clean fuel for transportation, power generation, and industrial use. One of its flagship initiatives is rollout of compressed natural gas refueling stations to support the state's 2,000 CNG powered buses aimed at reducing reliance on petrol and diesel. IOGC is also working closely with private sector investors to expand LPG adoption, ensure that more Lagos residents and businesses transition to cleaner cooking and industrial energy solutions. Now, what are the policy reforms that are flowing to ensure that both investment and energy security is assured further. We are creating a robust and independent energy market. We are trying to ensure that the bold step we have taken in putting in place reforms and regulation within our electricity space is expanded to all parts of the value chain. The Lagos Electricity Law is the foundation for what we call our clean Lagos electricity market. And that market will allow independent power generation, transmission and distribution, reducing reliance on national grid, placing emphasis on clean energy sources and improving energy security. If you are following us, you know that we have harvested investors for renewables. We are currently harvesting investors that are interested in gas to power facilities. We are, okay, you can take this, the publication will soon be out the next few hours. You can take this as part of the bonus from this meeting. Where in case you have any excess capacity within the Lagos environment and you are willing to deploy it at a good price, the advert will be out. The Lagos electricity market will soon absorb virtually every excess capacity that's available so that we can increase availability on the Lagos electricity grid. Now, our Regulatory Commission is already implementing key regulatory framework to facilitate licensing, pricing, and private sector participation in electricity generation and distribution. As you know, our law has decided, in our law, people has decided, well, I call the house my people. Our people has decided that we should break the monopoly of the sector. Yeah, electricity is fiscal business, but we should allow more players to come in. So you are going to see a lot of changes in that space. You are also going to see that we will attract more embedded generation assets, and then we hope to be the models of national energy market globally. Thank you very much. Even if you don't clap for me, okay. Thank you. Now, our path to sustainability. How do we intend to sustain this transition and all this innovation that we are putting on the table? As part of our commitment to sustainability and innovation, Lagos is actively investing in renewable energy and cleaner alternatives to fossil fuel. In about 6 months' time, when you drive across our city in the evening, in the night, and early hours of the morning, you will see solar lights that are on, not some of the ones you are seeing right now. Just be patient with us. The aim is basically for us to make sure that we deploy more than 1 gig of renewable energy capacity by 2027, leveraging partnership with the private sector to scale solar and hybrid energy solutions. Additionally, our EcoGas initiative, which was launched in 2023, is being enhanced, and we are working with the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry to ensure that LPG adoption is more across whatever. I'm also happy to report to you that we are actively begging or working with the presidential metering initiative
Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources of Lagos State, Honorable Biodun Ogunle, telling us what to do, what they do and will do with what is coming from upstream or the deep water. So when you bring it, they have the facilities to use it. They intend to also improve on their facilities, calling for partnerships. Thank you very much. Please let's give him another round of applause. Let me acknowledge the head of Lagos office for NUPRC who has joined us, Mr. Paul Osu. Very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Honorable Commissioner, you know, one of the beautiful things about my job is it allows me the privilege to speak with men of high standing like yourselves. So I was thinking, you know, in April there's going to be another LEW, that's fine. But moving forward, can we work together with SPE Lagos section so that I'll have just one Lagos Energy Week? What do you think, sir? So moving forward, the one in April, it has to go, but subsequently, it has to be one early week. It has to be the Lagos Ministry of Energy and SPE Lagos session. Is that a good suggestion, sir? That's good. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So moving forward into next year, hopefully we'll have one early week. Partnership of Lagos State Government and SPE Lagos section. That's beautiful. Yes. Now you can do better with the approval of the commissioner now. You can do better. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so we're moving on agenda now to a keynote presentation. When the SA was speaking, she did, through, of course, our representative, the presence of me.
offshore fields contribute around 30%. Africa is home to some of the world's most prolific deepwater fields, especially in nations like Nigeria and Angola, where deep offshore resources contribute significantly to their oil and gas output. Nigeria leads the continent with offshore production accounting for over 40% of its total crude output. To get us to where we are. Some of those issues for working with your team for putting everyone together, get to where we are. A large portion of which come from its deep water field. Angola closely follow with the operation making up over 70% of its total production. Assets such as the Girasso and the field showcase Angolas immense potential. Equatorial Guinea has also made remarkable progress with fields like Zafiro and Alba driving substantial energy exports. Nigerian deepwater development such iconic fields like Bonga, highlighted again, and I'm sure we are going to be hearing some from my friend. Nigeria deepwater projects have already demonstrated their ability to significantly boost oil production. It does not end there. The future is even more promising with upcoming deepwater projects like Bosi, Bonga, Southwest Akbaro, the Pirowe, the Zabazaba, Owowo, Bonga Nuts that we just took 5 billion FID. Again, thanks to Share. I can see you smiling. I know we are going to hear so much about that. And again, we expect to see Chevron following suit. We expect to see ExxonMobil following suit, and all our brother too that just joined the league. And also, I'm looking at my brother Chapa. We need to see all of you taking FID. Some of all these big projects that we unlock the potential we have. Each of these ventures offer transfer. And its partners for the Bonga North Deepwater Offshore is a major milestone. Yet, numerous other deepwater fields and prospects in Nigeria are also drawing significant interest from operators and investors. The FID process is key to securing the necessary funding, advancing exploration, and kickstarting the much-needed large-scale development efforts. Indeed, Nigeria's deepwater fields are renowned for their immense potential, boasting significant hydrocarbon reserves. This field represents a vital part of our nation's energy future, with estimated 6.944 billion barrels of recoverable oil and condensate and 24.378 trillion cubic feet of proven gas reserves. Nigeria's deepwater sector holds transformative potential to reshape our energy landscape, driving economic growth and shared prosperity. Beyond these proven reserves, very untapped speculative resources in highly promising leads and prospects are ready to be developed and turned into valuable assets. Some of these significant resources will be unlocked through the recent concluded 2022 deep offshore licensing round and 2024 round, which concluded carefully selected blocks across diverse geological terrains, including untapped deep water zones. It is important for all of us to know that by reason of the PIA, we are going to be seeing this bid round almost every year. So we need to carefully position ourselves to be able to, be part of this player, both indigenous and also the IOCs. These resources will elevate Nigeria's deepwater development to new heights, shaping the future of the industry and fueling our progress. Now let's look at the legislative and regulatory framework. The Petroleum Industry Act 2021 has restructured fiscal policies, introduced tax incentives, enhanced community engagement, and improved environmental compliance. In furtherance to the Act, the Commission, in line with its mandate, has in consultation with industry stakeholders developed 24 forward-thinking, technical, and commercial viable priority regulations to support energy security and emission reduction, address energy transition risks through clear, predictable policies, enable new oil and gas investment opportunities, as well as opportunities in decarbonization and cleaner energy solutions. Mr. Tash also touched about that. Beyond regulation, the NUPRC has emerged as a powerful force for transformation. We hear of the project 1 million barrels per day is incremental. And thanks to every operator here that are supporting that project, we believe together we can do it better. Aligning Nigeria's oil exploration and production with global best practices and national energy goals while shaping a profitable, future-ready industry. At this juncture, I would like to recognize the visionary leadership of the oil and gas sector for their dedication to implementing landscape reform and boosting the Nigerian efficiency and global competitiveness of Nigeria's oil and gas industry. The recent executive order, as described and highlighted by my friend, from His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, are designed to enhance operational efficiency, reduce contracting costs, and attract investments, including physical incentives for deep water projects. Additionally, His Excellency President Ahmed Bola Tinubu has taken decisive action to eliminate barriers for investment in exploration blocks by introducing Sustainability Initiative in the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, along with its attractive physical consolidation provisions.
Thank you very much, Engineer Amtu, the Executive Commissioner for Development and the Commission. And so the Commission's representative here speak about Southwest, and then of course the upcoming ones. So Mr. Roland is the right representative. Mrs. Michelle Fluger. Is in Nigeria and since that time till now, the executive in the country, Lagos, Zurich, ENP company in Nigeria. In Nigerians oil and gas. Welcome, Chief Executive of Chapel
Good morning, everyone. We're going to have a discussion today. You know,
SP for I think what it was for us. There's been a can't pay premium for its development, when the rest of the world has effectively developed on our backs. I'm talking labor. Had acquired a deep water signature bonus was Otherwise, we all play service to the industry. We do nothing. We've seen the last major investment in Nigeria happen over 12 years ago. Everything you saw at the height of deep water production in Nigeria, 900,000 barrels in 2016, was done 10 years before 2016. So if you expect to see any improvements in the next 5 to 10 years, you must make the change now. I'll stop there and let my people.
Good morning, everyone. So I will go from 2 points. Legal, because I'm a lawyer, but we always say in Templars, we don't do
and you when you talk about how we get over these next hurdles, we're starting to see the things come into place. It is a collaboration. This is not about one company, one IOC. This is about collaboration and partnership. The partnerships, we have seen some fiscal
water. Now, what will enable us to deliver the decrease of significant
basins that were not available 10, 20 years ago. So if you look at the FID in sub-Saharan Africa in the last 10 years, it's very unique. It doesn't happen. You don't see that often anymore. And so if you do not have a major project that beyond a certain life cycle, then you struggle. And very, very
government, our party, the regulator, even SPE, the narrative has been constant, the narrative has been aligned, and that has pushed us to this threshold, and again, we still need to continue doing that, because really, where we're going with just that.
Thank you. We're aging very well.
It takes a bit more effort. You run into the new challenges. You've got challenges on reliability. You've got challenges with your reservoir and how you manage the reservoir management. You've got challenges with flare. The world has moved on, so we had to find a way to get rid and eliminate the routine flaring without impacting our reservoir management. You watched these changes over the course of the facility, and some of them are tackled by technology. We've seen a lot of technology advancements. Some of it are tackled by the people. The folks that sailed over with the vessel, the Nigerians that trained up on that vessel, we still have about a third of them on the vessel, helping us to maintain and operate that facility reliably today. We still see challenges. We were excited to announce that we have renewed the lease for another 20 years. Agbami has good enough. Agbami has the resource in place that you can justify the life extension. You can justify the life extension work that it's going to take on the facility to keep it running. But nobody gets as excited about a 90,000 barrel of oil a day field as they do about a 250. And so I think one of our big lessons learned is you can't be thinking of this as a block by block investment strategy on your block. You have to think of it from a hub strategy perspective. Agbami was a massive investment in a large piece of infrastructure. Now, how do we keep it full? You will have seen that we farmed into 215. That is within tieback systems. We have Ikija. That is within tieback systems. And as we look for future development opportunities, you can't just look at it from a single block basis. You have to ask yourself, the same as you have done with Bonga, where am I going to put the next FPSO that I can keep it full for you? And we've seen that play out on Bonga. We have seen it play out on Agbami. We are talking about seeing it play out on Usan with the Volvo. And that hub strategy is going to be key to maintaining and managing the investment model. I will not duplicate some of your thoughts on costs. As we become an aging facility, barrels go down. We've seen costs go up. And on a per barrel basis, that does make a difference. So we continue to try to find ways to collaborate with supply chain, our partners to figure out how do we drive costs down on these assets.
I'll share a couple of thoughts from the business perspective in terms of what we need to think of to make the future better. Investment in data is key. Really understanding the resource you're going after. In your mind, it's a number. Perhaps when you punch holes, it makes 1,000. That's where investment in understanding your source of these things is key to making whatever decisions that you're going to. Because at the end of the day, you want to deliver value. That's the intent. And then following up on that is a commercial construct that will support the resource base that we have. At the end of the day, you So the right commercial construct, the right amount of clarity to underpin decision
across the hub that were more significant than Agba. If the starting price is or the strength and the breadth and the scope of our partners. However, our partners are doing a lot of things in different places all around the world, and there will be some areas where we can be more efficient or we can help. And so once we got over the euphoria of, yes, we're buying into the asset, the next question is, what are the things that the operator does very well, and what are the areas in which we can be helpful, and what are the things that we can do? And what we then find is that IOCs tend to think in sort of decades, 5-year, 10-year cycles. And when we miss that window, because CIA putting investment into feed and engineering, etc. Bring it to the point where they can this project into solve some of the to make sense. Again, it's deep water, it's still expensive, but I think you are then starting to look at a project, not greenfield. So IRRs, start to go up, and you're easier. Funding is hard, but it's easy to finance something that's a tag on to an existing operation than starting something from scratch. But you're also able to constructs, and this is where working with your regulator versus your rights in the gas, and I need it at the price that works. Right, because on the day-to-day, doing the things that need to be done to keep the asset running, etc. We focus on tackling some of these ancillary issues, and the idea is to bring it back to them to say, guys, with all of these things now in view, can we talk about a tag-on development that brings us forward? And the things that we're going to be working on in the 2025-26 cycle, we are reshooting seismic across the entire hub, and we're doing that on a sole risk basis because, again, contracting time, etc. We are able to do things a little bit faster than normal, and then we can sit down and square with the partners on the back end. We're negotiating gas terms, and when I say gas terms, not gas terms at the PSC, commercial offtake terms, so I can go into the European market, I can go somewhere else and actually market that gas and sell that gas. And we're also going to be doing work on sort of like pre-feed, appraisal drilling, etc. And the view is that we can then sit down with our partners in a year's time, or a year and a half's time, and say, look, can we look at a concept project that would then be suitable to make it into their existing capital frame, so that we're not waiting for the next. On the things that we can do very well. Local content is going to be, as a local company, our interpretation and approach to local content will be different. But these are all the little things that essentially help move the development in the right direction. Because if you think about it, we don't need a Namibia-style investment. We don't need a Senegal-style investment. In our hub, just talking our neighborhood, we have the seismic that the quality of the seismic that was used to discover these resources is the 1999 vintage. So it's 5 generations of seismic old. So there's more technology in your phone, your iPhone, that was used to discover seismic. Based on that data, we have about 1 billion barrels of liquids. That will be condensate, that will be oil, and we have over 15 TCF of gas. That is what we know. And in that area, you have Agbami, world class. You have Egina, you have Akpo. These are infrastructure units within the hub, within a 50-kilometer radius. So I don't need a big IOC to write me a $10 billion investment check, no, right? So the distance for us to travel to unlock these resources is shorter, much shorter. And the things that we need to do to get there are things that we will focus on working with our partners, because again, if you want to go far, you have to go together.
No, I love that point, and I think, thank you so much. And you talk about
seat at the table. Several has 3 wells drilled successfully. Now, if any of you know the area, there's a unitized block, Bolia Chota. I think SNEPCO leads that development. And we've, over the last 10 years, not been able to finalize on a where we could potentially utilize that as haulage. But again, we're 10 years on, we haven't moved. Blame all the
approach, making the divestitures have happened.
when you look at we're not interested in taking. So we're seeing people today sending proposals saying, look, we know you've bought into this. We see the strides you're making. How do we come and share this pie with you? Now, for us, that's the second sign, that the activity is there so we can build a robust ecosystem. Once you build a robust ecosystem, costs naturally come down. Because we're not bringing one rig from China to come and drill one well. We're bringing the rig to come in and have a rig program that extends over 3 to 4 to 5 years. We anticipate to be at 100,000 barrels of production over the next 4 years. To do that, we need 9 rig lines. 9. You don't want to even know what Aradel is doing. Probably even more aggressive. The Renaissance guys, look, it's going to be a new environment, and it was only possible because of the mindset shift that has happened. Not only in regulation, but in applying that regulation. I always said that Commission, Chair has the hardest job of implementing a 20-year-old evolution in regulation immediately. Because all the changes over the 20 years that should have happened in fractional time are all happening in one go. So it was actually to me no surprise that we had all the conversations and the reviews that we needed to, because we all have to land on something that works both for the regulator, for the country, and for us, the investors. So, that said, it's a partnership all round. I believe Nigeria has come into its most positive time in the oil and gas space, and I look forward to what's about to happen over the next few years. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. I think, can everybody feel the excitement? We were talking about it
program. A third of the folks on IGBAMI who sailed with IGBAMI still on IGBAMI. You need to incentivize them to stay, because to enable these facilities, these are complex facilities in deep water. You need folks who are familiar with how they operate, how they optimize, how you repair, how you maintain. You need that longevity, which means we need to incentivize and develop folks to want to stay within the industry, stay within the company. The last thing I'll say about the investment is it's in the people, but it's also in the technology. Technology has changed some of the people side of things. It used to be we just wanted a petroleum engineer. We just wanted a geologist. Please bring your colored pencils with you and you can color in the logs. Now the expectation is that you're coming in with a workforce that has a unique combination of skill sets. I want an earth scientist who can also talk machine learning and AI and knows what to do with the data. If I look at some of our new and exciting workflows within Chevron, we had one of the biggest seismic investments over 2023, 2024, large multi-client survey. It used to be that it would take a year to analyze that data. We were able to analyze the data in under 1 month. Now, it was just the early out data, but that shows you that you need a skill set who doesn't just come in with the fundamentals. You need somebody who is digitally savvy, a digital native, and can apply these new tools, these new workflows to the existing data to speed up the development concepts. So I guess that was a long story, but investing in the people side of things is just as important as investing in the technology, the infrastructure, the subsurface. It's a piece of the puzzle.
Wow. And what a refreshing message. You know, I remember it was
that most of the local operators don't have the same size of capital resources to develop. I don't know what you're doing that is different, but it would be important to just hear probably a soundbite from you. Thank you.
Can we take the second question before? Okay, last question. There was a gentleman. Where are you?
That was you?
Right there in the suit.
Question, concise, please.
Right. My name is Ronald Edema, and I'm also progressing with a Chevron project called Chevron P Mission Project in the Niger Delta. My question is, according to what my madam just said, Michelle, just to contribute to that, please, there are a lot of challenges, because I happen to work, I'm in Lagos, but I happen
Is that what you mean?
We believe, I think we've just heard from Chevron on the partnership. Everyone here, I can speak on behalf of, sees the relationship between the oil company and its operating environment with that lens of partnership. We supply at least 4 to 5 communities around our different assets and gas hubs electricity, simply because you can't partnership that exists. And furthermore, the law has now made it in black and white. The host community development trust funds are well-established bodies that are assigned and applied to projects that enhance the communities. So these are things that we did prior to the law, but now that the law is strict and clear on what we must do, I think all companies, dare I say, are compliant, or else we know what you will get a letter very soon.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let me just take 1 minute each first. The regulator wants to make an intervention.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, let me thank everyone. I think the whole of last year, the industry, in all of fora, we're always talking about collaborating. I think we got to a level where we needed to talk to ourselves that if we don't work together, we're not going to see changes. I think, like Alex said, it has never been like this, at least almost over 30 years. You see later, go workshop. Everybody.
If I consume electricity and the money that I pay, for example, is not enough
wonderful. Let's welcome our receive your appreciation as well. It's appreciation from a place of gratitude of SP Lagos section. Our moderator, can we leave you out? You did a fine job. Oliver, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So from Oliver, we'll go to Engineer Madasu, who gave us the keynote, and then to the SA Energy. Yes, Engineer Madasu, please. Thank you so much for that succinct keynote and your pledge with the Commission CCE to continue to drive the increment. Thank you. Yes, Ogashobayo, SA Energy. Thank you very much. So once Oga Taj receives his own, please remain seated for 2-3 more minutes. Let's take a vote of thanks to close this part, and then I'll call for a family photo, right? Let's welcome panel session chairperson for the energy, Chike Aka, for the vote of thanks. Mr. Aka, please.
Right. So again, it's a very interesting inflection point, and the idea was to have a hub for everybody to convene, interact, engage, and most importantly, collaborate. So once again, we are deeply humbled. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy days to come and spend these 3 days with us. We have a very exciting program lined up, the YP Symposium. There's an Energy Tech Hub. We have a career fair. There's a How I Built This session tomorrow, and then we'll round up with golf on Friday. But once again, thank each and every one of you so much for taking time to be here. God bless us all. Thank you.
Please wait for a photo now. Please, Digbo, can you join them for the photo? Can I have the board directors of SP Lagos section also come join? Please, yes, please, yes, sir, please, please. Let's have you all in the photo. Okay, photographers, can you make the arrangement work for us somewhat? Where are the photographers? Should we get some chairs? Please, remember we have the YP Symposium at 2 o'clock. I believe everyone here who wants to see YPs, excel in their section chairperson in the final picture. Photographers, make sure my voice is in this picture because I'm speaking while we are taking it. Bro, speak now. Please remember 2 o'clock, YP Symposium in this room. The tour will take place. Lunch is after the tour in the restaurant to your left as you're exiting the hall. If you are a smartphone photographer that has not been paid for this event, please step aside and allow the official photographers take picture, please. Please. Please smile, don't frown. If your stomach is disturbing you, breathe in. Bros. All right. Do you have it? You have it? You have it? Okay, every other person, please come back into the audience. Leave only the speakers, including the panelists, the 2 speakers, and session chair. They will be the ones in this picture now. And session chair. Can we quickly move the chairs for them, please? Guys, who move the chair? Let's return the chairs this way. Okay, you're in this picture. I need you, Ogataj, and the panelists in the picture with Deepo. Is Deepo the panelists, the 2 speakers before the panelists in this picture now? And then we're done. The lunch is not in the restaurant that I announced earlier. There's been a change, so please just visit with our showcase area, the exhibitors there. Okay, I'll let you know where it's going to be served, but after this, there will be the media pally, if you like, with some of our dignitaries and Arise TV outside of the hall. That will happen. They take the tour, and I will let you know where lunch will be served. Yes. You have this picture? The picture is coming up. The picture has been taken. Which one? Photographer. Please give them one more round of applause. Thank you.
So they will be speaking.
All right, everybody, the tour is beginning now. Can we let the VIPs come out, the speakers and panelists? All right. All right, sir. All right, sir. Yes, okay. So we're going to that. Yes, sir. Okay, Chike, can you get in here? Exactly. Yeah, well, let me finish one of this. Don't worry, I got you. Hey, that's it. So, we'll just, yeah, we'll give you this. Hello. All right, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
Please allow the dignitaries proceed.
Okay. All right, good morning, sirs. This is Petro Decision. I'm with the technical director, Mr. Harry Obero. So, Harry, please tell us about Petro Decision and what you're doing.
Good afternoon and welcome to Petro Decision stand. Petro Decision is a petroleum technology company. We are an indigenous
Mic check.
Okay. Hello.
Yes, the regulators. So I tell you about the Hydra, which is a data analysis tool. So if you have reserves, so like the business forecast, it can manage. So for the regulator, you own the entire asset. So one I will tell you about is the reserves management. Yes. So the Hydra is around data and how all of this, so you won't produce what you don't have. So where are all the reserves? Which stages are they? What categories are they? Are they developed? Are they not developed? So, yes, a lot of, and that is, so if that is where the issue is, because you now need to go back to your data and update.
Sorry, I need to cut you short because we need to go. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, this is Swaglock Nigeria Limited, and I'll hand you over to our business development executive. Group, a long-standing
New Cross Foundation group of companies. Hello? Yeah, so this New Cross today is own ability to actually leverage our in-house capability to identify our research and data analytics teams. Based on our operations, we notice some operational inefficiencies. Basically, we see the latency from data to insights, from data acquisition, and we notice some inefficiencies resulting to missed opportunities, high OPEX. So we leverage our in-house capabilities to actually develop a called Radar AMS, an asset management solution. So started first from field data capture, because we noticed that before management will be able to get full insights of production numbers, what is happening, process of production back allocation takes a long time. So we started a whole array of data to our well test, to our MER. So the good thing about it is we're able to give user privileges and permissions so that we know that the data we have in there is high fidelity and has been queued by various engineers, from field operation guys. Once they enter it, the PT, the person in the office, supposed to see this value, will check if it's okay, see it for consistency, either accept or reject. So once it's have it in the database, you can now see this on the dashboard, looking at the production numbers, variance analysis, deferments, various contributors of our deferments, be it scheduled deferment, we have it captured. So what we're just trying to do is being able to actually of our operation. Have that from okay. And also I'm also aware that you don't test all your ways. So the paper that you have this one might be available. Then the second one is that since it's proprietary, the important that you also run it to also bring some of our staff probably for them engage our people so we are ready to support so that you build in related relations. So this is the first launch. When the upgrade comes, you'll be able to take this on board. You know, it's just about building data analytics and AI field operation. Right from the way next meeting you have data on it. It stores sensors and it does come into the field directly. Okay. So we eliminate human interferences in data capture. This way doesn't
5. Music identification. Wait, just stay. Okay, you can go.
Where's the dolly? Where's the dolly? Yes. Okay, no, that's it. You add this over. We go out to one.
No, I want to do that thing.
Professor. No, mais tu peux uma soirée.
It's not like it's a good especially because of like or if you don't absolutely. Not the one that she's the other
Daniel.
practically
Yeah.
tournament, and more. This is Energy Summit of the about it later. Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos Section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professional Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos Section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. Are changing. The industry is evolving. The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos Section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professional Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos Section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the next frontier in Nigeria's deepwater development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil. Challenges and opportunities, golf tournament, and more. Themed Nigeria's energy evolution, empowering the present, securing the future. Hear about it later. Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution, empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deepwater Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professional Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution, empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deepwater Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professional Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professional Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professional Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside. Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. future, women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution, Young Professional Symposium, themed Build Road. The rules are changing. The five. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about resilient careers, navigating industry challenges and opportunities. Not just another event, it's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry are already registering. Will you be in the or 1st of February 20. Is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Water panel session themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development, Opportunity and Challenges Ahead. How I Built This Leadership Roundtable, a honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future, Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium theme Building Resilient Careers, Navigating Summit of the Year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room?
Welcome.
Or just
Okay.
hear about it later. Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deepwater Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development, Opportunity and Challenges Ahead. How I Built This Leadership Roundtable, a honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium themed Building Resilient Careers, Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island.
greater than the impact of that particular challenge. So that is what we're looking at this afternoon. And SPE Lagos section has assembled an array of experts who will do justice to the discourse in just a moment. I will save you the trouble and tell you about them when it's time for them to speak. Before I proceed, let me pause and acknowledge one of our BOT members of SPE Nigerian Council, Mr. Engineer Ernest Mbasi. A very good afternoon to you. Recently retired from ExxonMobil. Thank you for, and a former section director, by the way, more than a decade ago. No, I have said it's BOT. That's, BOT is not former, BOT is current. So we'll begin from current and go to former, right? When, by next year, Dikpo will be immediate past. By 2 years, Dikpo will be former. In like 11 years, like Ogednes, will be one time SPE Lagos section director. So good to have you. Thank you very much. Anyways, so let's get into the business. We have an array of amazing, amazing experts, leaders in this industry who inspire every time they decide to share their time and wisdom with you. As I said, I would save you the trouble and telling you about them. Let's just suffice to say we have here as one of them the Managing Director of Tenaris, Mrs. Rosario Sobase. Very good afternoon to you. Let's give a round of applause. We get to meet her shortly. We have the Managing Director of Nekonda Energy, Engineer Chichi Emenike. Very good afternoon to you. Executive Director, New Ventures for Halliburton is also here, Mr. Oke Okoli. Good afternoon. General Manager, Integrated Business for First E&P, Mrs. Yetunde Taiwo is here. Good afternoon. Now, before we get to hear their own part of the resilience story, let us take a moment and listen first off to the man who opens the chapter of resilience to us. And I think he understands the subject so well because having joined Shell in 1992, he rose through the ranks and left Shell at some point at high positions of director, GM, then director, and then left Shell to join his current employer, where he has also served first off as CEO. He's also served as Director New Energies, and then is currently serving as the Managing Director of the Ano Gas Processing Company, a joint venture between Seplat Energy PLC and NNPCL. Please welcome with me this widely traveled industry professional and truly a reservoir engineer of repute. He doesn't like us to call him Oga, but he's Oga. You've done nearly 30 years, you're Oga. Engineer Effiong Okon, you're welcome.
Richmond is our brand. You know. It's like our own DKNY or Louis Vuitton or which one? In dollar terms, because it's everywhere. It's in the US, Canada. But we're really proud. We're really proud of Richmond. So good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, as we always say, let's start by first saying a big thank you to Lagos SP. Is there a section or chapter? I was getting a bit confused. So I want to say a very big thank you to the work you guys are doing. I remember you visited our offices last year about your year program, and I was really delighted to see the crop of young people. And where's Dikpo? Dikpo here. Dikpo is not around. And the team, most of you, I want to say a big thank you, well done. When young people come, when they take charge, they can do wonderful things. I also did check out, this was modeled after Africa Energy Week. Chike, is Chike here? Chike was also at the Africa Energy Week event in Cape Town late last year. So this is the first now. This is not part of your, this is what we need. We need new thinking, creativity, disruption, like AI, change the whole world. Or be Donald Trump, 100 executive order, first day office, everything upside down. So we need change, and we need people who can be bold to take risks and try to challenge status quo. And that's how you drive improvement in every society. It can be uncomfortable sometimes, but that's what we need. So I want to say a big thank you for giving me this opportunity to share a few thoughts. A lot of the messages you know already. We're here to learn, to exchange. So this is not a lecture, it's just to share some regional, global info around where we are as in the energy industry, where we're headed, and some bit about
some unique part about what the challenges in Nigeria, because if you look at the context of the business, the landscape, that then offers you some bit of insight into what are the career options also ahead, especially our young professionals. Some of us are already getting ready to step aside, so you guys will take the baton. So thank you. So it's about 20 slides. I hope I can go through very quick. How much time do I have? Just want to check. I said 30 minutes, and then you have the panel session. Okay, so I'll run through very quickly. Some slides might take more time, some I'll just paste through, but if you want the material, we can always discuss how to have them, okay? So first slide, can you see the screen at all? Okay, I don't have the screen in front of me, so apologies if I have to back you time to time. So what this just gives is pretty much the global energy landscape. Because we have this debate around fossil fuel. How long is fossil fuel going to be relevant in the energy mix, right? And first you start with the countries and where's the global economy heading, because energy is around supporting economies. On the left-hand corner, I see U.S. economy is growing about 1.5% per annum the next 30 years down. It's not really growing beyond historical level. We see decline in consumption of fossil fuel a lot because of also transiting to renewable energy around transportation sector especially. But US has become a big exporter of LNG, like you know, and there was a pause in terms of new LNG terminals under Biden era, which I think Trump is going to upturn. So huge demand for gas, clearly doubling that volume of gas from 103 BCM to about 200 by 2035, and 300. So growing into 2050. Brazil pretty much mimics the American economy in terms of growth rate, but Brazil is also very aggressive in terms of transitioning to low carbon energy sources. Africa's growth rate, not too bad, 2.5%, a bit down from what has been in the past 20 years, 4%. We see production of oil declining. Gas remains quite resilient as a lot of countries start investing into gas. The big challenge for Africa is electricity, and I'll talk a lot about electricity, because when we talk about oil, gas, coal, we forget that it all ties down. This is just fuel to power electricity. So, but I mean, there's also the challenge around how will Africa fund all this investment, and you're aware of the Energy Bank, which has gone live, and we'll see how that plays out. If you go to the UK economy, a bit of a contraction, slow, not really growing fast. Energy consumption is also declining in the UK, not because they're not consuming, but because efficiency is getting much higher, and then renewable energy is coming in strong in the UK. You see fossil fuel demands pretty much lower. China is growing 2.9, but not as it's been in the past 10, 20 years. So down from 8.4 peak. You all follow this Chinese story now, still a bit of uncertainty what happens. But also the primary consumption is also declining. They're also going very, very fast in terms of low carbon energy. China has become one of the highest EV manufacturer today, and you see why Americans and the Western world are very, very concerned around how they're taking over that automobile industry for EV. India is also growing fast, 4.9%, down from 7%. Again, very strong growth in energy and also strong in terms of renewable energy. So that just gives you a global picture. The summary is, where's the big growth? Big growth is still going to be around China, India, Africa, Europe, and US slowing down. But you also see energy efficiency also changing, depends on where you are. Whereas the darkest continent remains our continent, Africa, and also our country, Nigeria. Next slide, please. So that gives you a bit of a landscape. If you also look at what's the global energy supply in terms of this is energy, terajoules, combination of all forms of energy. You'll notice on the chart that oil, coal, natural gas remains the dominant source of energy in terms of supply. Biofuels, nuclear, renewable, hydro, pretty much still at the back end of it. Then in terms of, if you don't look at the mix of what I call the regional supply by fuel basis, Pacific Asia, North America, Europe, Eurasia is pretty much still among the highest in the world, and then Africa lags behind. Just like, I mean, whenever I talk about Africa is Nigeria, we still lag behind, seriously. Next slide, please. So then look at Nigeria energy landscape and what does it really mean. Again, a lot of this information is pretty much in the public domain. According to NEPRC, our reserves are about 37.5 billion for oil, and then gas, I think gas roughly around 200 TCF. We've been an OPEC member for a very long time, but we cannot meet our quota because of all the issues around security, lack of investment over the past 10, 20 years. People waited for PIB forever, and now we begin to see the knock-on effect of delayed passage of PIB becoming PIA. So we do have an AG reserves and gas of 209, so massive potential, but only produce about 7 BCF of gas. Nigeria should be doing something like 20, 50 BCF of gas now. If you look at what the Qataris are doing, Qatar is doubling its LNG export from 77 million tons per annum to 144 million tons per annum in the next 5 years. So you can see that sort of race. For us, it's been limited growth, stunted growth over a long time. Eventually, we did take FID to Train 7. Even you may have heard the existing trains are struggling to even get gas today. They're running the existing trains about 60%, 50% capacity, but there is sabotage and there's not enough gas to Bonny Island. Policy been a lot, talked about the PIB already. PBAT is coming, Tinubu, and you can see a lot of sense of urgency in terms of this industry needs to wake up. All the EOs, executive orders, is passed on quite a number, and then you can see all the protracted divestitures of last few years. You can see that he's approved all those in the past and the last quarter of last year. So really remarkable sense of urgency from this government, realizing the impact of what our industry plays in the economy. In terms of M&A, I'll talk a bit about this later. You're aware of all the Shell, ENI, Equinor, Exxon. You can see some folks here have crossed carpets. I don't want to mention names. We know some of them that have crossed from S to C. They're looking at their mobile phone here, but we know them. Exploration hasn't done well, so there's been no real big exploration for a very long time. And then last year, I think there was a bidding round, not very interesting. They had NEPRC had to cycle that a few times, and then my company, Seplat, is pretty much also done quite very well. We're doing roughly about 47 kBA per day, mix of oil and gas. And then since IPO, we have actually put about $1.6 billion back into this asset, done about $2 billion taxes to Nigeria, and paid almost the IPO amount, then it's $575 million in terms of dividends. So it's been quite an extraordinary, quite material performance, which I think delights a lot of investors, and that's why you can see the new acquisition with the MPNU asset. Next one. So Nigeria energy challenge is quite huge, and this is where I think a lot of the younger people here will have to see how the future looks like 10, 20, 30 years from now. It's nothing new. Almost 186 million Nigerians don't have access to clean cooking. 58 million have no access to electricity. It's a big concern. If you don't look at global economies, there's a correlation between prosperity and electricity. So you cannot be a rich country and then you're poor in energy. And that's what this chart just shows, that all the countries in top right, you can see they're all very prosperous countries, and we, poverty-ridden countries, still very low in terms of energy access. That's just the key message from this, this slide. So next one, please. So if you don't look at the real challenge for us, I mean, you might not actually realize it. I know some of you grew up in Leeds in the city, you don't burn firewood or biomass. Cooking is still a big part of our source of energy. And then you have all the issues about the environment, carbon monoxide, and people who just die from this bad gas. So biomass and waste is a big part of our source of energy. And then genset is a big part. And then you then have, of course, these days you have a lot of this gas-fired system, whether it's power plants or quite a number of industry. But still, we still do have a big issue around how do you then decarbonize those two segments. Next one. So I then step back, I talked about electricity. So this chart just shows, if you look at our source of power today or electricity, 60% is still fossil fuel based. Coal, oil, gas, 30% renewable energy, and then 10% is pretty much nuclear and the rest. And now to decarbonize the world, this is a real big challenge. It means, which is, okay, if you go to the next slide, I think that shows it a bit. Next one, please. Okay, let me talk about the Nigeria sort of situation. Now, of course, Africa is very low in terms of energy consumption from the earlier slide. Quite low if you look at the amount of power solar will just run the room. You can actually take out About 40 gigawatts of power comes from all kinds of gen. So when you live in very good estates where you don't have your small gen, but it's all centralized. But at the end of the day, it's gen is gen, whether it's one big gen or it's one small gen or past my neighbor. So that's a big problem we have in the continent. Next one. So what are we doing from this context? So it's not just talking. If you go to the next one, I think what Seplat has done so far, and I know a lot of companies are also trying to move in that direction, is to look at the gas hub. So that slide on the left shows the gas hub in Oben and Sapele. Now we have ANO, which was started by Madam Yetunde here. Thank you, Ma, for starting ANO. Based on the gas reserve, again, similar to most of all the companies you talk to Chapal, you talk to SPDC, all these companies are all really rich in gas resource. But what we're doing is we're trying to maximize investment. So when we bought the asset from Next one, please. Go to the next slide. So that's the summary. ANO is about $700 million investment to do 300 million SCOF, some condensate LPG, and then Sapele is pretty much about a quarter of ANO, does 85 million SCOF. We'll also add lots of liquids, NGLs. So roughly about $1 billion investment in these two assets. So Sapele started off production Q4 last year, and then ANO will start production end of this quarter if OB3 is in place. Next one. So in terms of what that then means is the company becomes, the JV becomes, operating almost 850 million SCOF. The ambition is always gas plant. And that way, you are decarbonizing energy mix with people now stepping out from biomass, firewood. And then net zero is this is the ideal gas law. There's no ideal gas law, which is why I have a variable. I think it's supposed to NR. Pivot into renewable energy business. Decision then comes it, and people will begin to switch, depending on affordability and security. Next one. Last few points that previous one. Depends on what you believe. And I'm done. So it's about statistics. We look at Nigeria today, we say, oh, we have a lot of people, but they're not employable. Go to previous one, please. Next, yeah. You skipped one. Okay, all right, stop. So this is about how do you look for skill set. And I did mention oil and gas diversified. You can spin in renewable energy there. We have companies that are doing a lot of renewable energy. Wando, for example, I think is going into renewable energy space, so there's a need of skills there. Technology is key one. These days, even with our old assets, we want to milk all these brown assets bought by Renaissance or even MPA, Shepla. It requires a lot of work around how do you get, first and foremost, address your asset integrity issues, and then start to do infill WRFM kind of work. New product services, how do you scale up? And then sustainability becomes a big one. And that's one thing for our industry. There's nothing wrong with our industry. The problem is the impact of our industry on the environment. So we've got to stop leaks. We've got to stop. When I started my career those days, you drill a well, you just start burning gas. No one actually cares. We still burn lots of gas today. Or people, there's spillage, spill everywhere in the delta. All that is no longer acceptable. If you do that, you really can't get finance. Whether you're a private company or public listed, makes no difference. So that's what's driving this sort of skill set we're looking for now. Versatility, strong governance, value-based thinking. So it's not enough to say, oh, I'm just a reservoir engineer, just look at my subsurface, do my reserves. What does it really mean? Operations guy, just run a plant. You can run a plant where the revenue is less than the cost. It makes no sense. There's a whole lot of thinking around value, and it's all integration across from reservoir all the way to the market. Next one. So to excel in this sector as a young professional, few advice. One, you have to be clear about your goal, what you want to achieve in your career, medium to long term. So blue sky thinking. Find out what your gaps are as you go through every stage in your career. When I was a young engineer, I would sit down with my discipline chief and we'll go through a number of what you call job competency profile. Can you do PVT modeling? Yes, no. Can you show me where you've done it? So all that kind of stuff so that you have, so your training, your courses are driven by your competency gaps. So when you know your gaps, you don't have to fill it. You have an IDP which shows your plan with three-pronged approach: in-role development, education, whether education is doing masters in Uniport or go to Harvard for MBA or whatever. It's all around complementing your in-role development, education, and training. And then learn new skills, try to be a bit dynamic, try to go out to help. I see a lot of young people actually learn from these days and also share some of it. So we can learn both ways. Learning is not tied to age. Act on your new skill. If you don't try, like the rule is the 10-20-70 rule, right? What you learn, 10% is from a classroom, 20% from networking, going to conference, 70% is actually from actually doing work. It's called the 10-20-70 rule. So that's what does. And stay adaptable. We all need to keep learning, especially with the sort of environment we are now. AI is coming. Lots of jobs today will no longer be relevant tomorrow. I think I have one more and I'm done. So I can allow the... Okay. It's about employment data. I don't know whether you believe these numbers, though, but what we're told is unemployment is 4.3%, poverty 47%, 8.4% youth employment, 86% are pretty much self-employed. So informal sector is actually a major source of employment in Nigeria. The formal sector is quite very, very small. And then, there's gradual recovery in our labor market coming down as well. Numbers are trending right. Did you hear that? That's very
the Lagos section has put together for this event is a brief walkthrough to the showcase area where they have a few companies exhibiting. We did that in the first part of the event, and part of the second part is to just do a 10 minutes walkthrough, you know, again with the people out there. So please indulge us. It's just a 10 minutes walkthrough. Let's have the leaders, right? Please just let's have the leaders it's just here. You're not going to the ground floor, you're not going to a hotel, it's just here. Just exit from this door, take a walk through, come back through this door, and the panel will take a go. Before the panel starts, of course, we'll give a couple of minutes to Dr. Mao to, you know, make an opening comment before the panel starts. So just indulge us. Dikwa is standing already, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you can, kindly, please indulge us. Just 10 minutes. The time starts now, Dikwa. 10 minutes. When you hear my voice again, please come back to the room. That's the alarm I was talking about. It's just a test. Continue what you're doing.
Securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed, Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed, Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed, Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is a
Okay, I think we can start making our way back in now.
The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament.
Please make your way back into the room. Let's continue with the panel session.
Most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear
Thank
about
you
it
to
later?
our distinguished speakers for indulging us with that walkthrough.
2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos.
We do not take your time for granted. Thank you.
See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left
Technically, it's a
behind?
good time to kill that audio. Thank you. Welcome back. Okay, so before you begin to talk about resilience, you need to first of all believe in the process or in the system. So Engineer Okon's presentation is pretty much making you understand there's a future for you in this industry, and he anchored it on what you need to do to gain some level of success when you get into the industry. Now, before we listen to the panel, we'll listen to a distinguished SPE member, one who, when it comes to young professional development, she is extremely passionate about it. In fact, she's a board member of the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria, who recently gave her the award of Future Generation Champion for 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the lead consultant of Lonatech, Dr. Lola Mao. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, and welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and our youths, young professionals, graduates and undergraduates. I think this is one of the most impressive and joyful moments in the oil and gas industry. From the presentations we had this morning, there's so much hope in the air. 2025 is the year to be in the oil and gas industry, especially for the young ones. There's such a dearth of talent, and there's so many dimensions in which you can develop your career. Part the association that we're here to celebrate today with
for Nekonde Energy as acting MD and GM Asset Gas. Let's welcome Engineer Chichi Eminike. She's on our panel. Okay, he's responsible for the development of the future business direction, leaders and succession planning for his company while driving the preparation, analysis and communication of strategic insights. Let's welcome Oke Okoli, Executive Director, New Ventures, Halliburton Energy Services, Nigeria. You heard our keynote speaker say that this person began as the first MD of the Ano Gas Gathering Company. She's worked for Chevron, BG, Seplat, NNPC, currently General Manager Integrated Business for First E&P. Welcome, Mrs. Yetunde Taiwo. Yes, please, ma'am, that way. Thank you. And of course, to help us drive this conversation is the lead market and business analyst for his company. He is, of course, covering Nigeria and northern region of sub-Saharan Africa in this role. He is Kelechi Ibokwe, Halliburton's lead market and business analyst for Nigeria. You're welcome.
Okay. I would say thank everyone for being here. I hope you can all hear me. Okay, so we're here for the young professionals. What was
without making reference.
entire team up, cross, whichever and gas any day, you are not making money, and nobody wants to listen to that story. So for me, this big story, we'll come back to talk about it, because the Nigeria energy security as it is has one leg inside some of what you've seen our big brother here has presented. I have my own opinion about that, because NUPRC not too long ago did a rebasing of our resources and all that. You need to look at, he said it towards, I think, his last few slides. How fast are we developing these resources? We talk about gas. You want to hear it? The gas is still in the ground. The needle is not shifting. Now we sit at 209. Where were we like 3, 4, 5 years ago? So you need tenacity, grit. You want to talk about finance? You know what it is to attract finance into this kind of challenge economy today? You got to be creative. You need to be on your feet. So for me, please, let me leave it, because I think we're still getting into the spike of things. Let me drop the mic here.
I think Chichi has said it all. You have, actually, because for me, the first resilience is sitting in the midst of extremely brilliant women. So that takes a lot. As I was sitting down, I was telling myself, wow, this is going to be a difficult day. But it's resilience, actually. But working in the Niger Delta on its own is resilience. Working in Nigeria is resilience. So I think for you all to be here with the heat, with the sun, with everything, and to still have a positive outlook for Nigeria is resilience. Thank you.
Wow, what an interesting opening. You know, we've heard resilience from 4 different people talking about grit, flexibility, tenacity, you know, being able to sit amongst your peers. So now we can use that to go into, you know, more specific questions. All right, Ms. Yetunde Taiwo, this is for you. You know, we've talked about resilience. Now we're going to relate it to your career growth. Okay, so you have successfully transitioned across different types of organizations. So independents, multinationals, like you said, you've worked in CEP, you've worked in NPC.
Thanks for that. I think before I answer general comments to the young professionals or entrepreneurs, because I believe some of you are probably going to own your own businesses one day. Effie actually said it in his last slide about the opportunities we have currently. I mean, as young professionals and entrepreneurs, you couldn't be in the industry at a more opportune time. The opportunities that are available to you are phenomenal. And I will use my example. 30 years ago, when I was, like you, a young professional just about to start, we were not open to so much information as you currently do have. I think now you are inundated with information. There were probably 5 or 6 big companies, and as a petroleum engineer, everyone wanted to work for those big companies. Maybe 2 or 3 service companies, the Halliburtons, the Schlumbergers, the Baker Hughes. So the competition was stiff. And you know what? Not everybody got into the industry. I have colleagues who graduated with me who went into the banking industry because they couldn't get into the oil industry. So the situation is different for you now. The opportunities are there. So you need to chart your path. Choose the opportunity that matches engineering, but I did, you know, and get it. I had gas, but there was something that indicated that, you know, gas was something to look out for. And that was how I started my journey in gas. Of course, I moved to companies in Seplat, it was still gas. NNPC was, I had developed over the years. So I think how to I saw in advance where I wanted to be. Okay, I say this now. I always wanted as a young grabbed it when it came.
Thank you. Thank you. I imagine everybody here has aspirations to be a leader one day. So, I mean, the key message there is prepare for the opportunities that are coming. Take time to develop your skill sets. Don't just sit and wait. Put in the time day by day, and it should pay off. So riding on the back of that, Rosario. Oh, grab it well. So, I mean, your career spans multiple industries. I can even relate it to myself. I'm still a young professional. I've worked in different industries, advertising, sales. Now I'm in oil and gas. Right? And yours is banking, FCMG, now oil and gas. So, diverse background.
Sharing as well. I get another job in FMCG, British American Tobacco. I think the common denominator was that I was working for companies that had structures and were willing to invest in people. And so when I was in British American Tobacco, I think from banking, understanding the banking environment, building my financial acumen, building my ability to analyze risk management, and customer focus, because in the bank you meet customers on a daily basis, you know, I was doing a support role. Very patiently. Sometimes they don't always explain the problem in the manner that you may want them to explain, but you have to be patient. And at the end of the day, try to profile base level to mid-level solutions that they could try on the field when they were, identifying those problems or encountering those problems. So this helped me build my problem-solving abilities as well. Of course, I was engaging with people. People have always been in the center of everything I do. At the end of the day, the energy industry, because we boom in the energy industry. That I joined the industry in 2006. And it was interesting because it was offshore. On the rig, it's a very fast-paced environment. Solve problems in real time, because if you know while we were logging those wells, we all had to make real-time decisions when we encounter problems. And as TEL manager, very early on in my career, I had to quickly build critical thinking abilities as well as problem solving. Heavy, you can't carry them, and you need to work on those equipment, preparing your equipment to run downhole. And so sometimes I just come out, stand on the heli deck or stand on the rig floor, look around, spot a very nice looking gentleman. Oh, please, can you help me with this? And my smile alone would open, and they would help me. And I used it, very well, because I had to leverage those interpersonal skills I had built between the other two industries, on the rig to get my job done and do it well. Of course, we became recipients of several commendation letters for Shell after drilling about 18 wells, for they were more random. Each of the moves also required some strategic direction in terms of how you plan and transition in your career. And so for me, my journey has been strategic in that sense. So from banking to FMCG to oil and gas, where I'm all applying it all now, it's been, the lessons have been, keep evolving, and keep building the learning that you require for the next steps. So get yourselves ready. ever-evolving body of knowledge is, available to you on demand right now, not like it was for us when, 20 years back. One thing is that, of course, when you go to the recruiter or the hiring manager what the transferable skills are strategically. I know this is very
right now. Right. That's
So whatever it is. I got into the asset and I said I will link this up with my own personal experience. So an old shell asset, we have infrastructure, we have 4 producing fields. Some of the fields have infrastructure that were old. Some of the fields have infrastructure that was completely harvested. All right, so it's an old shell asset that we got. And all we've tried to do is juggle CapEx and then OPEX. So you have this drawdown on you majorly. The attention is mostly for OPEX to run the business on a day-to-day. However, because of the state of things, you still need to deploy a certain amount of financing into upgrading, maybe in some places, outright new builds. Okay, so, and this is the reality. Now, let me also say this. The asset I work in today for several, where I've done most of the things I've done in gas too, is a JV with government through the exploration and production arm. Trust me, one of the biggest skills I've had to do is stakeholder management, because the drivers are completely different. It will amaze you if you want to understand the problem of Nigeria. We see things that we have lost because is stakeholder management, what Rosario has tried to talk about, which is managing people. Even their body language is important. It will shock you. And these are top cadre people who are decision makers. I'm in a JV. I can sign and do anything I want to do. I'm sorry. If the people next there, they don't sign, nothing is moving. So we have to struggle with that. Meanwhile, I have my lenders on my back. I've got my board on my back. And nobody wants to hear your stories. We don't want excuses. What we want is results. So I've had to get into the forefront of these things. Sometimes people say, you are madam, you big madam, so you need to come. I said, please, I need to come, I need to deliver. Forget about who come. I don't want to send anybody to come and be telling me stories, because time is going. That's the truth. So I've had come in, Oga Effie knows some of my story because I've spoken to them before. Some of the strategies from a business side of modeling things has also been looking at collaboration, all right? Trying to strike up collaboration with people in the same field with you. What do they have? Co-sharing facilities, all right? For where we're situated in the heart of the Niger Delta. We're lucky to be very close to the Escravos Lagos pipeline system. So we've been injecting there since 2018. That's our AG. But I still have fields where I'm trying to reduce flaring. I still have fields, funny enough, that have even been put into the gas flare basket. I'm still juggling with NUPRC. That's a different discussion. I have gas volumes that I now have in the clean energy discussion as it relates to carbon credit projects. Okay, I have 2 of that. Those are novel projects that haven't really been done here a lot. But ultimately, we're creating value in the midst of this tight, environment. Now, if you take a look at, and this is what I just want to say to the teaming, crowd we have out here, or the people listening to us. Look. This industry is a highly dollarized industry. Nobody has time to make stories, all right? This is an industry, whether you think in terms of human resources at times, infrastructure, investment, financing, whichever way you want to talk about. To drill one well today, anywhere between 25 to 30 million. If you start talking about gas, then it gets more expensive because gas has what we call accessories. It's a very fancy kind of resource. That is very expensive, an expensive lady. And how you even handle her is very, very important. Completely, you see, crude is different. You can drill crude, we can quarrel and we can keep it in a tank there. With gas, first of all, you will build the market, a viable, bankable market. Then you will begin to work it and make sure that your investment that market justifies that investment. You don't even want to put any white elephant project on the table. So you have to develop all those skills. So you find people like us. I've had engineering background, but I've now had to do law because they will bring GSA. You have to read. Don't depend on those lawyers. They will lead you inside rabbit holes sometimes with their big grammar. And you go there and find that you are stuck. Sometimes they stall your business for no reason. Just because the one lawyer here and the lawyers when they are doing bragado, you know, who knows better, you know, you brought SAN here, SAN has to keep on earning his money. That's not what I want to sell my gas for goodness sake. And I have a strict knowledge about doing this gas. So sometimes I bring it and I read it in between and I say, no, we did this one this time. This is where we did it. Change it like this. Because there are certain key tenants you look for in a GSA. You bring it to bear. That's on the commercial side. Then you also have the technical knowledge. And that is where this engineering kind of helps people like us. Okay, so nobody can fool you about how you handle the gas. You know, whether you're doing midstream, whether you're now going to the last mile man downstream. Those are also important. Then I think the other thing I would like to highlight here is how you sometimes were in a class recently, Madam Mama, where we were told multitasking is really not the best because something may suffer somewhere in there where you're juggling everything. But the truth is, especially with indigenous, boy, you have to multitask. Yes, you find yourself sometimes you have to do that stretch. Yeah, but what may aid you so that you don't drop the ball is you get the right support system. So you surround yourself with a key few warriors, like I like to call them, the point people on the team. And please, let me put it out here. Some of you young folks, because this whole thing is about talking about who we want to give the baton to, preparing the funnel or the track, whatever you want, those that are coming after us, exactly. Please, when they give you work to do, please do it well. This is not TikTok business. It's not AI. No, I know what I'm saying. I have young adults in my house. To even manage them is a big struggle. Yes, I sent one of them the other day to go and do interview, and they told her how much they want to pay. I said, Mommy, is that want to buy fuel or what? I said, no. The idea is not about buying fuel. The idea is for you to understand this oil and gas business. This you people TikTok thing is confusing you guys. So even I have some of them on my team. I was talking to one, telling her the thing, just admin functions. Talked to her on Wednesday. By the time I went to Warri Field and came back on Friday, they said she has resigned. No, these things are real. Madam Amawo, you were there when we were at LBS taking the course. We brought out a session just to deal with these people. And you are part of a team that we're looking to hand over core duties to. Please take it in the back end. I don't want to hear about it. And women, please, if I put you on my team, don't come there and think you are not coming to serve tea. I am so sorry. You are coming there to do real work. Go back. If you need to remove your wig inside the room, remove it. Cry there. Gossip there. When you finish, come back and do my work. Because when I go to Oga and my chairman, he's not going to listen to me and any funny stories. What he just needs is the barrel. What did you people drill today? I want to see the production report. So, seriously, when they give you tasks, to get them done, please, we don't want excuses. See how you can multitask. See how you can be flexible. Understand the story. I think that's where we landed. Understand the story of the industry. Where are we going? This energy security, Nigeria is not in a silo anyway. Whilst I have my own personal take, which is, look, for all the resources and things we have, you see this big energy discourse, it's not one size fits all. We have revenue in the country that is very oil dependent. So we need to look into it vis-a-vis. Well, all I will say is let us be more responsible as a country. So whilst we're developing our crude, we are doing that gas in parallel. So we can do better. Gas is your perfect transient energy. Many of you should go there. Many of these guys are doing a lot. Also, just to put it out there, I serve on the Nigerian Gas Association. We have an academy where we run courses all the time. If you don't even know the basics, we have courses where you can start with the basics. But you need to learn the industry. You need to be, if you're on the internet, please make sure you are learning. Go to Coursera. What's the rest of them? There's so many places where you can draw down on free academia, free courses, and learn and develop yourself. I don't know if I've covered everything, but I think in a nutshell, this is a great part of it. Thank
you. We've graduated to year 2.
She said she guesses it's coming to me. I said I have no choice. It's me.
So be versatile. Study the industry. If you don't know the industry, navigate the challenges. So study
I wish we had had the Nojik Act and the PIA 60 years ago. If we have had it, we won't be where we are today. And let's get something right. The multinationals would have been happier that way. I think that's where working for a multinational, people don't understand. So, I work for Halliburton. And in 2005, I was personally part of a team. I was I became a country manager at a very, very, very young age. At the time, to be a country manager, you had to battle because basically the mindset, I don't know whether you were fighting with yourself or you felt you were fighting with experts, but your mindset was that you had to work 10 times harder. Now that's debatable. The experts could look at you and say, well, it was between you and your own mind, or you were fighting your own ineptitude because you had an expert in front of you. But in 2005, we invested in a Nigerian company before the Nojik Act in 2010. And the whole idea was that we wanted to stop Halliburton Act. But the biggest problem was that there was no track, and that's what the regulators have put in place now. That's what PIA has put in place. That's what NCDMB is doing, whereby NCDMB is telling you now that in 2027, they hope to achieve 70% Nigerianization. Now, where is the challenge in all that? Do we really want to become, let me put it this way, because the main thing about Nigerian content or PIA, depending on what word, I want to spend a little more time on Nigerian content than PIA because PIA is good, very good. It should have been there. It helps investors. It helps people like Chichi on my right, on my left. Helps people like Etunde. It does a lot because you want to spend your money and you want to make sure that you get your return on investment. Nobody wants to. Everybody now goes global to chase for money. You can't stay here and expect to just understands how to get to Anambra faster than I will do. None. There's no expert. The expert needs 3 to 4, 5 years to speak Pidgin English. And even if you speak Pidgin English, turns into a real estate company. By the 5th well, the Rolls Royce is coming out. How are we going to build the true Nigerianization in it? So, a couple of things, Kelechi, a couple of things that's happened that is so positive. One is capacity building. can be tracked now. We can track capacity. Two, the way we deal with communities is, it's not like I go to a chief now, I give the chief money and I say, go and give to your people. And then I notice that the chief's family are all abroad and then are not yet developed. Three, we can be able to is used to develop Nigerians. And it's basically regulated by NCDMB. They check it, they sign it off, it's part of the project, and that way we can develop and build more entrepreneurs. Because maybe a few years back, it was only in the service space. If there's a job, the likes of FE will just say, is Schlumberger around, is Halliburton there, is Baker there, and that's it. And sometimes I've boldly told people that if these three big companies you call have passed a technical, then it's the same thing. It's like, I ask this question a lot of times, why do you buy gas near your house? Why do you buy gas in Petrocam? The average question is not the cost of the gas. The average question is closer to my house, is this, I like the Mr. Biggs behind it, this is this, but never the gas. That's the truth. So once we put that technical know-how to where it's supposed to be, we'll be where we are. Now there are over 400 service providers. Then it was just 3. So what should we do? We should push the multinationals to do what they know how to do best. If it's the Minister of Petroleum that would say, Minister of State for Petroleum that would say, let them go to deep water. So let Halliburton go to deep water. Really, that's where we should play. And when we are there, the locals should not just be sleeping. The locals should be coming closer again. Then let's go to deeper water. Or let's go to more deep water acreages in country. And that's the way we can get to the 1.75 we are today. So for multinationals, it's actually a very good thing. But we would not forget to tell the youths that please don't go into rent seeking. Don't go into agencies. If we must grow, if we must enjoy the whole act, we must make sure we grow capacity. Thank you.
That's wonderful. So in the midst of challenges, we can see that there is opportunity, right? In capacity building, improving our technical know-how, and basically, as much as the industry is going forward, let's carry ourselves along. Let's not look to give it out to other people. Let's develop ourselves. So going into a more positive note now, winning in a competitive market. Okay, still on you. So in 2015, you won top sales award for the entire Eastern Hemisphere by securing all tenders across multiple product lines. Lessons can young professionals take from it?
That was 10 years ago, so I was younger. I don't even know whether I still have that ability today. But one thing I tell my son, one thing I tell my daughter is that winning is a pattern. Winning is a pattern. So I'll tell a short story on winning. So there was a young girl. She wasn't doing well. She wasn't doing well in school. But for somehow, SAT sent her a score. The score was 390. The mom was shocked. Everybody was shocked. How can you get 390? You, of all people. So the school, over 400, that was the SAT score. So the school now called the young girl. Since you are 390 now, so they start calling you. The beautiful thing about being brilliant is that they start calling you for presentations and stuff like that. So the school started calling her for presentations. They call her for presentation. You have to wake up earlier. You have to do the presentation. They say, oh, you are going to represent the school tomorrow. And she found herself reading. She found herself doing the right thing. 16 years after, SET did an audit in their system. She was already a prof. And found error. Already prof. So what changed? It was just a pattern. Could be he, could be she, she was just lazy. So it's you have to start doing the right thing early. You have to take up a tax early. So for me, the very first most important thing I don't joke with is relationship building. I have made crazy deals from a relationship I built 20 years ago. Today, I have said hello to every single person I have met because I don't know if you're going to be my boss tomorrow. Because it's important to see it that way. So if you can, and then secondly, I have never lost a tender. Each time I say I've never lost a tender, people say, no, it's either I win a tender or I learn. I don't lose. Because for me, no simply means come back later. So if I walk in and they say, oh, that deal didn't work, I said, no, they just told us to come back another time. So for me to have won beyond Nigeria, it means I was thinking global, but acting local. And that's all I want all of you to do. We didn't have AI. Now it's so easy. If you ask me a question, I can actually go to my phone and just punch ChatGPT. What's the answer? And then chat tells me the answer. Then I kind of use my Agbari, my old sense, and kind of build around it and use 50 years of experience and kind of pass it on. They say, okay, it's so brilliant. But we didn't have all that. We had dictionaries. And if anybody understands dictionary means that if you say a word, I have to write it down. I now have to go to one big book to check for that word. Go to C and check all the C's and then find the C and read it and kind of make sense out of it. So we had A for apple without seeing apple. Do you understand? So those are the... It has not changed. The first principle hasn't changed. So let's not forget that the first principle hasn't changed. The same thing in 2015 that I could do, the same pattern. Cross-collaboration. Talk to yourselves. Don't let AI, the internet deceive you that you don't have friends. Don't let I post a speech and 300 people click like. Don't get deceived that 300 people actually like that speech. No. They don't actually, just 300 people might have just seen it. Talk to yourselves. Cross-collaboration, relationship, hard work. And then the most important thing that is more better than brilliance, which is discipline. If the same over and over, over.
Yes. Yes. A lot of success and discipline. So now, a few more questions. Running out of time. So now we look at the energy transition for you. So, I mean, we've talked about gas today, FE. So Nigeria is prioritizing
And I say this because if we look at the for oil, outage. Well, the first thing that comes to your mind I will grope in the it's available and you have a means to be able to see where you are going. Or in some other cases, your mission is to be able to cook food for your family, so you need to be able to cook. There all the time. And it has to be affordable. And it has to be reachable. If I look behind my backyard and I see firewood available and about the invariably sometimes. Same thing going to the renewable. Still need to have our heads as being used by everybody. So let's put on our thinking caps. Let's think of technologies that can come to drive down the price of gas. Renewables, of course, we've seen some major changes from a technology point of view, where storage is now becoming less expensive, but it can never compete with gas. I can tell you for a fact. Gas will always remain the cheapest source of fuel. And we need to find ways as a country, as a group, as young professionals, as entrepreneurs, to drive down that cost.
So I think as we leave here today, like she said, put on your thinking caps. We need to think about how we can drive the cost of gas down to make it more affordable, more available, and reachable to everyone in the country. So we're about to graduate from this. We just for Chichi, this is for you. Fostering a diverse workforce contributes. What practical steps can professionals, especially women, take to advance in this industry?
Okay, Kelechi, thank you. Of recent, this talk on the diversity has been making the circle. So just for those who want to know, I founding member of the Women in Energy Network. Rosario, my sister here, is one as well. I sit there today as the Vice President for Upstream. I also double on the Nigerian Gas Association, which Madam Taiwan and I have been on council for several years. I've just been elected second Vice President, but most importantly, I sit on our study group, the one that takes care of diversity, equality, and inclusion. Now, if you look at this in terms of what you've asked, where organizations can now begin to look at this inclusivity, it's really not mainly around, having women in your business, which is a good thing, but it's about looking at the entire energy story from all angles and having as much as possible enough talent to deal with this ever-evolving and changing industry. So that way, if you are smart enough as an organization, you have to be deliberate, and this will feed into where your talent building and talent harnessing comes into play. Most importantly, the HR part of the business. I was sitting at that function we're at last week. The lady that sat next to me, she's into HR, and we had a small conversation, and I was telling her, some people don't understand, in my opinion, HR is even the most important department in a company. Because a company is not the name, the company, it's its people. All right? So HR is the very hub that has the fabric of the company, if you ask me. If a company or an organization or a firm is trying to be agile enough, you have to be able to incorporate everyone along. As long as you've set the standards, and then you do have the talent that you can hone, people that you can get in that know the job, because the industry is turning. Madam Yetune here has been talking, so we are talking about gas today. If you know what's happening in the gas story, the story is something else. You just talk about pricing. You want to know about pricing, but the same government sits down today and tells us the price to be selling the gas. You want me to go and borrow, you don't know where I borrow from, you don't know what my lenders told me, but a huge part of it will go into domestic supply obligation. And then you tell me the ceiling is this. So you are telling me automatically I should start doing my mathematics from that place backwards. But you also know that that dollar I'm borrowing is going plus X to anybody that I borrow. There's nobody that is doing Red Cross with you. Anybody that's giving you money. You even have to do enough gymnastics to even attract anybody that will give you money today in Nigeria. It is the truth. So when you get you're getting paid in Naira, it's key. If the thing does not drop, people will not buy. They're sitting on it. Is even here. This LNG we can have 7 of it. 7 projects. You know what that will do to the GDP? For one molecule you put it, go and check it. The mathematics have worked before. It has a serious, at least times 3 on your GDP. Why can't we get deliberate and start thinking internally? So companies, the government, everybody has to think about this talent thing. The numbers that we have for the participation today, once again, is very poor. Whether it's in a member of the Society of Engineers, I'm running some things there too, around the STEM things, just to encourage the young, because some of them need to hear the story from people like us. Encourage them. Even the women in energy, we run programs like that, trying to encourage the young ones coming. They need to hear. Participate more in mathematics. It will not kill you. For me, when I was in primary school, I had a mathematics teacher that I was very afraid of. In fact, he was the one that made me, because reading, like you said, that young girl that was reading so much, I started reading math so much, so I became a wizard at math and chemistry. And I went ahead to go and do chemical engineering. So we have to talk to some of them and tell them it will not swallow you up, okay? Then we try to be deliberate. So today, even where I sit, I am biased about giving the women the first opportunity when it comes to this HR business, when I'm doing interviews. But I go back in to tell them, help yourself when you come to that interview. Don't come there and take rubbish, because we are not going to employ you because you have to prepare. There's a place for preparation in the long. There's work to be done. Studies that have been done that can arguably or data at the but who have done very well, who are role the women too, some the deals that they are doing that are causing problem for us is too much. It's the reality. So this all-inclusive and diverse thing, companies who want to be ready for the future, people want to, and trust me, if you get into the R&D space, pay attention. There's so much happening across. It's unfortunate we haven't done a lot here in country, but there's so much technology that is. You go for the gas tech, you go for the gas conferences. Gas can be tapped even in the most stranded of areas on a day-to-day. You go for some of those people that are business people. You go for some of these things. You can even hone into OEM partnerships that you can bring in. But in summary, where I would like to land it is, I will encourage everyone here, and This is even for those that are even exhibiting outside. Please give the women a chance. Our numbers are very bad. When you help, this is also, it has a social, what's the word, socio-economic impact in real time. Madam here has spoken to even the part of the gas, the women that use gas for cooking. I think you did also mention, the numbers will shock you. How many women still use traditional charcoal and vis-a-vis the fact that we have LPG right there going on in Bonny. And NNNG is trying to do its best to put it back in the local market. But how well is it now? How much is 12.5 kg today? It's a big story. Today we are buying 19,000. Tomorrow they'll tell you 20,000. Even me that think I'm in middle class, which is, there's no middle class in Nigeria today. This is the same 12.5 we used to buy by 5,000 naira. How much is the infrastructure, if we are to use the word, which is the cooking gas cylinder itself? So many of those women can't, you are talking the population that will drive those numbers at that lower level, the Okada people, those market women, they cannot put money together and go and buy one cylinder. So the government should start to even start thinking, so do we get innovative and put up, initiatives in. There are places where they've run these models, Kenya, I think Singapore, some other places. Sometimes they take it from the credit you load on your line just to ensure that you are giving this. So in summary, I guess with what is happening worldwide, any company that is serious needs to look at this story from all angles, especially for policy, driving policies, whatever you have in the company. And in summary, like I've said, making the best of your numbers and your revenues. Thank you.
Wonderful. Just one more question, and then we bring it to a close. So still in line with leadership and the future of work in energy. Rosario, throughout your career, you have built and led high-performing teams. What personal approach or key principles have guided you in identifying and developing top talents, just like Chichi has mentioned? Additionally, what advice will you give young professionals looking to distinguish themselves in this competitive industry?
Okay, it's a good question to wrap actually. I would say key principles. The first one for me is hiring for potential, not just experience. Why would I say this? Most times you walk into the room or you have two interviewees, one with a lot of experience, and the tendency, if you're fitting that person into a job role, is that the person brings experience, so that's a plus. But sometimes it's not flexible around, or innovative around thinking, to be able to iterate whatever is required for the role. But when you hire for potential, you're already baseline hiring and looking at the person and identifying the adaptability in the person, the communication patterns of the person, the problem-solving skills, all those soft skills that we often take for granted, that eventually in the long run help anybody in any role, to be able to stay resilient in the role and very successful. So for me, my first principle is always to hire for potential. The second one I would say is to empower and challenge. And, a very good story. Recently, my good brother, told me, I was with your team in the airport. I'm really, really amazed at, your commercial team. Honestly, Rosario, I don't know what you've done, but, you have a very good team. Okay? Was this correct? Yes. And, over the years, I had to build the team from scratch. This was one of the challenges I had to take on when I was joining Tenaris, because they didn't have a structure of the commercial team that was ideal for Nigeria. So I took that team from scratch and built it to where we are today. But one of the things I always tell my team is when you come before me with a problem, make sure you have thought all the variables of the potential solutions, example. So don't come to me with a problem. Make sure you give me scenarios of what you think is the solution to that problem. So eventually, when you're joining my team initially, you come in and you say, oh, Rosario, we have a problem. Okay. Most times you see me calming you down to say, okay, I want to listen to this problem. And when you're done, so what do you want to do about it? I'm not going to tell you the solution. Do you understand? Of course, with experience, I have a lot of solutions off my sleeve. But I'm not going to tell you the solution. I'm going to get you to walk to that solution. And if you give me a solution that may be viable, but maybe not ideal for the situation, then I can now propose what I think could be the alternatives. But this way, I empower them to be able to start making decisions early, to be able to start using their critical thinking abilities, their strategic thinking, and to be able to come up with solutions that can solve real life problems, you know, in the business terrain of selling pipes. The third one is obviously hiring for diversity of thinking. You know, not me, then it helps me to be able to gain something new from that person, and hopefully that person to gain something new from being a part of my team. And so that diversity of thinking for me is very key in the way that I look at the hiring participation. Many years ago, one of my team members said, "Rosario, why are you so passionate about, you know, selling pipes?" And I looked at him and laughed. And I said, "No, it's not about Tenaris, it's about me. It's my person, right?" But ever since I was growing up, I'd always tried to find purpose in what I do, in where I am. So if I am in, and someone was telling me the day before yesterday that you seem to be everywhere and you give it your 100%. And that's because if I'm at church, I want to go 110%. If I'm in school, I want to put in the same effort, right? I'm saying this because when you recognize people, you can also recognize your team by helping them find purpose in the work they do. Today, I would pride myself, I'm coating the GTS line and pipes right now at our facility in the pipe coating yard in One. And I tell them, look, the bigger goal is, and you mentioned it, Ogaifi, you said here that there is what do you call a shortage of gas to the NLNG train 7. And for me, I'm cutting those pipes and they are supposed to feed gas to train 7. So my big purpose in that is not just that I'm cutting pipes and making money. I'm seeing that somewhat the work that I do impacts the country in such a way that it has gross economic benefits for you and I sitting in this room and even people outside of this room. And so eventually when you start to find purpose in everything you do, it helps, when you're building a team, it helps the team as well to find purpose in what they do. And that way their work is more impactful. They come off with their work more impactful than just trying to earn a daily check, a paycheck, and just doing that work that you are hired to do. And of course, what's my advice, on that note, I will leave a few nuggets. The first one is develop a strong work ethics. Yes, hard work pays. Everyone knows me, I'm a hard worker. So you wouldn't negotiate that with me. If I need to put in the hours to get my job done, I would get it done. Now, somewhat aligned to get some type of line manager or hiring manager you find yourself working for, and in that way you would continue to excel. The second one is learn beyond your role. Yes, you are in I sell pipes, but I can tell you a lot about the industry. Diko was telling me that you seem to be everywhere. I can tell you a lot about the industry because I put my ears to the ground. I try to understand the evolving dynamics of the industry, and the industry we work in is very volatile, it's very dynamic, so you need to keep up with what the trends are, what the direction of the industry is, so that you also understand how you align your business or your to the direction of the industry. Master communication and stakeholder management, I'll take that. Meet people with diverse thinking, diverse backgrounds. You have to work with them. So you have to find a way to manage your stakeholders along your career path, build good relationships that you can leverage, in one way or the other, in your next steps. Stay adaptable. You've mentioned it many times, and keep learning. And obviously, be proactive and solution-minded. Don't always just see the problem. The problems of Nigeria are enormous. And around this room, if you go around this room, I'm sure one person can identify it. But be part of the solution. Don't stay on the problem side, be on the solution side. And I like to say that I pride myself as looking to hire people who have a strong execution bias, because the work has to be done. And so if I'm hiring, this is one of the things I look out for. So be solution-minded, be execution-minded, so that when you you find yourself in a job, you're getting things done in a way that adds value to the industry and adds value to the general economy, that improves our lives and well-being. I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I'm smarter than I was when I came here today. Yes. So we've covered so many topics, but in a nutshell, be flexible, be adaptable, be disciplined, have that work ethic, know the industry, study the industry. You want to navigate challenges, know the industry you're in, be able to multitask. Don't limit yourself to one, line of, work. Be involved. For those who are looking to get involved in industry, participate, do more than you're already doing. We also talked about making gas more affordable. So we want to go back home and think of how we can accelerate gas utilization. We need to make it more affordable. And, finally, something that Rosario said, find purpose in what you do. It's the only way you leave your house and have that motivation to get work done. If you're just going and saying, no, I'm just going to the office, it'll be boring. So find purpose in what you do. And hopefully with all we've heard today, we'll be able to create that blueprint for our own resilient careers. So I think we can also give them a huge round of applause. So thank you.
Okay, just give us a second before we bring this to a close. Does anyone have like a pressing question you want to ask them? A pressing question. Not appreciation because I have somebody who will thank them. Not a recap because Kelechi has done a fine job. Not a keynote because Effie did that. If there is none, we move on. Give them another round of applause. All right? Audio. Can I get... Okay, can Osei please bring the plaques now? Also, please bring the plaques. These are appreciation plaques, and the section chair will be presenting it to you, Dikwa Shafa. By the way, the Commissioner for Energy Lagos State said they want to do their own Lagos Energy Week, and we sold the idea to them not to create another one, but to partner with SP Lagos Section to have them work with the state. So that's what we're doing going forward, hopefully. He promised us while he was here this morning, so yes. Listen, can you come this way, please? Come this way. Tipo, please, can you stand? Let's begin with Madam Taiwo. Please go ahead. Let's appreciate Madam Yetunde Taiwo. Please, thank you for sharing those insights and for... Tipo, you may need to repeat that picture. Let me clear this. No, don't worry. Come. Let me just... No. Where you are is good. I want to leave your... Yes, Anyways, so please take the picture now again. Thank you very much. Yes, a round of applause for her. Thank you so much. Let's continue to Mr. Okoli. Thank you also for your insights. All of you have told us young professionals how to navigate the waters. Madam Taiwo, as a young professional, Kelechi is laughing. Am I not a YP? Many thanks to Engineer Menike. Thank you so much. Of course, many thanks to Osobase, Mrs. Osobase Rosario. Thank you, thank you. What she has not told people is that she also picked up the skill of great selfies throughout those transitions from different industries. Thank you so much. And of course, Kelechi. Kelechi, you did a fine job moderating this. Thank you, Kelechi. Fine job you did. Very fine job you did. Very fine job you did. All right. Ogaifi is gone. Okay, the TA. Please, Ogaifi's TA, can you receive on behalf of our Oga? A round of applause for Ogaifi, ladies and gentlemen. He laid the foundation for this robust conversation that we've had. Thank you for the insights you gave us, Ogaifi. So your name is Engineer Fiokon for now. Yes. Thank you so much. All right, let me just indulge us 2-3 minutes and we're done. Let me welcome, thank you, Dipo. Before we'll do the photo shortly, but let's just welcome the Young Professionals Chairperson for SPE to come give a quick vote of thanks. Chimezie Ebuna. Chimezie, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I won't take much of our time. I think I've learned quite a lot today. Today has been a very, very big, massive learning opportunity. So I just want to thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to the committee that has put this together. And most importantly, thank you to everyone here. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. So tomorrow we'll be convening again. We'll be having the Women in Energy session where we're going to talk about the role of ladies in building in the energy industry. We'll also be having the Entrepreneurs Roundtable. I'm sure that it's going to be far much more enlightening session just like we had today. And as we leave today, I feel that all this knowledge that we've built, all these connections we've made should not be a waste. We should build upon it and we should try and leverage on it and make ourselves to be better versions of ourselves. So from me today, from everyone here, we say thank you and goodbye. Have a wonderful day.
Just hold on. Thank you. No, not you. Just, I'll call you back for board director's photo shortly. I want to say a big thank you, adding to his thank yous, Trexem Holdings, Umugini Pipeline Infrastructure Limited, DAP Energy Consult, HSE Energies. Can we give all four of them a round of applause? They are part of our sponsors. Tomorrow we'll tell a bit more of the other sponsors. Can the panel please rise for a group photo now? Please, section director, a chair, you will join. After this picture, all the board directors can come forward. But for now, let's take this one first. So tomorrow, bright and early, we'll convene here again to start. Please be seated at 8:30, 08:30 hours, as we commence at 0900 hours with our session tomorrow. Next tomorrow for the golfers at Ikoyi Golf Club. Are you ready? Okay, please hold on. Board directors, please join them. SPE board directors, Lagos section, please join. Our BOT member, we can't leave you out now. It's not easy to be BOT. It's a testament of years of service. Board directors, huh? One of them is still there. Okay, madam, come now. Please, that chair, put that chair well. Aha. Okay. All right, there you have it. And we're done for today. Richmond Osuji is my name. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Please, if you're here, you're not an SPE member, can you do like this? Wave at me. You're not a member. You are not a member. If you be bold, wave at me. Now, if the reason you're not a member, whether at the student level or YP or the section level, is because you're not a petroleum engineer, listen, I'm a member and I'm not a petroleum engineer. Neither am I any engineer. I'm an engineer, yes. I'm a talk engineer. So what I'm saying is, please go outside Audion Wave. That's Audion there. Audion can help you in becoming a member. Whether you're a student, a young professional, or a self-professional, you need to become a member. Audion can get you there, or you talk to the SPE booth outside. Join the SPE and you would not regret it. I promise you. Please take care of your personal belongings. Thank you very much.
Petroleum Engineers Lagos Section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. Honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the present, securing the future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating industry challenges and opportunities. Golf tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room?
All right, our exhibition is still open. The exhibition is still open, so you can go back there and interact with our exhibitors. You can go and interact.
Victoria Island, Lagos, 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there.
And then the career fair is also on. The career fair is also on. The recruiters are still there. The recruiters are still there. I want to work in the oil and gas industry. Talk to the recruiters and see what opportunities are available for you.
Petroleum Engineers Lagos Section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. Honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the present, securing the future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating industry challenges and opportunities. Golf tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos Section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. Honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the present, securing the future. Women's role in shaping Nigeria's energy evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating industry challenges and opportunities. Golf tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry industry challenges and opportunities, golf tournament, and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professional Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professional Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deepwater Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professional Symposium. Themed Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed, Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed, Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed, Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed, Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed, Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development. Opportunity and challenges ahead. How I built this leadership roundtable. A honest conversation about building successful oil and gas companies in Nigeria. Women in Energy Fireside Discussion. Themed, Empowering the Present, Securing the Future. Women's Role in Shaping Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Young Professionals Symposium. Themed, Building Resilient Careers. Navigating Industry Challenges and Opportunities. Golf Tournament and more. This is not just another event. It's the single most important energy summit of the year. Seats are limited. Industry leaders are already registering. Will you be in the room or just hear about it later? Join us on the 19th of February to the 21st of February 2025. 4 Points by Sheraton, Victoria Island, Lagos. At 8:30 a.m. daily. See you there. Nigeria's energy industry is at a crossroad. The rules are changing. The industry is evolving. The stakes are higher than ever. Will you adapt and lead or be left behind? The Society of Petroleum Engineers Lagos section presents Lagos Energy Week 2025. Themed, Nigeria's Energy Evolution. Empowering the present, securing the future. Featuring Deep Water Panel Session. Themed, Driving the Next Frontier in Nigeria's Deep Water Development.